I think we're back. God, that separated the VOD, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Fuck. Hang on a second. I'm gonna double check that I didn't leave something open that might have caused that. Yeah, it did. It, like, completely dropped out for a second. It's back now, but I'm just gonna double check that I haven't got something running that just decided to do an update or something. No, it should be fine. Okay. Bit of a hiccup, yeah. I should really put in that, set that setting that makes it so that, if there's a dropout, like, the stream, like, sticks around for, like, 90 seconds or something, just to see if it comes back up. Might have just been a server hiccup. Yeah, it didn't seem like my internet was, specifically affected, so we should be good. I just want to do the rounds to make sure I didn't miss something obvious. Actually, this would be a good time to do this. Because light's getting a bit low now. So I don't know what was missed. I mean, you are still connected to an MMO, so I imagine it wasn't your internet. Yeah. Yeah, that probably, yeah, no, yeah, that tracks. Oh. Wolfie, for Christ's sake, the thing you are playing is connected to the internet and it didn't do a thing. You think that might mean that the internet's still fine? Sure does feel like a proper Final Fantasy game, huh? Yeah, clearly it had tricked me too much, despite the fact that I put, at this rate, hundreds of hours into the game. Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't complete that thought.
Jumping from one body to the next and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
Yeah, it's actually really scary that he's gotten to the point that he's, like, intimidating Elidibus to some degree. Like, I don't know if it was just like, like, he's like, oh shit, I can't take this, and then think, oh well, it's better if Xenos actually has his body for my plans or whatever. We may never know. But the fact that Xenos is literally displaying the abilities of an Ascian now is worrying.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
True. But that in that instance, I had help. I can't do that by myself yet.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
That's very true. Or would be
Until
true.
order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose.
Ascians have a cause and a plan to go with those powers. Xenos does not, and still has those powers. Yeah. Well, he doesn't have a plan. He has, like, steps. Like, find the Warrior of Light. Fight him. Get more power if defeated. Repeat step 1. Yeah, that's about it. which is actually more scary, because in his mind, and has clearly been demonstrated, he doesn't care what's in his way to get that power. The only thing that matters is that. Yeah, exactly, because, like... Well, I guess there's also probably the implication that, like, I don't know what the sword he kind of manifested at the... or what part of the blade he manifested at the end of his katana was. I'd probably guess ether, but, souls don't really stand up to that kind of weapons, too, so, like... Also, if that was an ether blade, now we have a benchmark for that. Like, the amount of power we use to kill Emmett Selk is the amount of power that Xenos is wielding right now. And I guess that's probably a bit too literal to actually count, but, like, the fact that it is comparable is... even the fact that it might be comparable is sweat-inducing.
Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Although, I mean, his swords have, like, shown powers themselves, potentially, so, like, it's unclear... Like, that's why I kind of focused on that for a second, because I'm like, that's gonna be significant, I feel. Like, the fact that his blade is still complete despite being physically broken is... Surely there's something to that.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces.
That's true, Ryuzaki. The difference is that Alizé wields the power of a mortal. Xenos wields the power of an Ascian. So, like, outside of just killing people, that might destroy people. Like, that is actually the concern, because we have never done this, or it's never been acknowledged by the story that we've done this, at least. But we haven't found a way to come back from death yet. If Xenos just has an know you're erased from existence blade, that's kinda significant. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're not just killing a person, and then, you know, oh, maybe you had the echo and you survived. No, you're gone. Totally.
I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
Thank you, Kryl.
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something.
Some device.
Lest you worry. I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and our shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
Bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Oh?
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
Listen, that was just the one time. Outside of the other times that we all kind of dozed off, but I was actually given an ability to respond like what
I suppose
exactly?
we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it.
Why has this scene been shot like Battlefield Earth? I don't know why I just saw that, but like there's a lot of points in this scene where it was very clearly tilted, despite the fact we're kind of going parallel to the ground. Like, okay. I love seeing Estinian out of the Azure Dragoon armor. He looks appropriately bedraggled. Yeah. Yeah, he really does. I mean, yeah, living with vengeance like that'll burn a man out, that's for sure. You know, there was that one time we fell asleep and nearly had an insurrection start under our nose. Yes. Yep. Yeah, that's the other time I was referring to. Yeah, what are you trying to convey with the Dutch angle here? Like, I got it in a couple of cases, because, like, Estinian was saying something important, and it's just kind of like, you know, that's generally a way to show, like, to change the frame is to imply that, like, you should be paying attention to this, because the thing changed, and we're trying to shoot differently. There are other reasons, obviously, to use that as well. But in that shot specifically, it just went, I was like, you know, there's probably a couple too many times used that shot already. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Becklug can manage without you. They've got enough science to help them, if you ask me. Yeah, a bit too much David Lynch, yeah. Alright, where are we? What are we up to? Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Ah! Yes, motherfucker. How's that for an answer? Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours. I didn't actually see what legion that first soldier was from. I probably should have noticed that. Because I could 100% believe that the different factions are kind of fighting over this now. What are you doing, buddy? Civil War again. Third. Yeah. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. Who the f... That's you. Your soul is... Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. What? Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for labourers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages, too. They've even they're even laying on free Talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free Talos? Huh. We'd best get packing. Steady work, board and lodging? If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. What? Hope. Yes. So long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Okay, hold on. Whew. So mad that I uninstalled 14 so I can't jump into it immediately, or... Wait, why's that? As in, can't jump into what immediately? Oh, surprise. I'm 90% sure that... Okay, so I'm so sure that white-robed figure is Asahi. But I thought they were doing the Asian possession thing again. And the fact that they mentioned Zodiac as Xenos' next prey doesn't completely take that out of the picture, but gives me pause. Because if you go and undo that bit with Yotsuyu, oh my god, the culmination of Yotsuyu's story, you better have a good fucking reason for bringing him back. Also, fuck me. So there was a thought I had a very long time ago now, at not the beginning of the expansion, but I found out that the role quests involved the, possessed bodies of the original Warriors of Light in the first, who became the Warriors of Darkness. And at the time I was wondering, 4, but there were 5. And I think at the time I went, oh, right, because, Ardbert's spirit is still around, so... But I mean, his body would presumably have been somewhere. Though he's looking a bit more, like he did. Whereas, Neilbert was, looking a bit worse for wear. And also far less coherent. And I want to say... I'm not 100% sure how I should actually interpret the ending of 5.0. Whether Ardbert merged with us and we used a lot of his, excess ether to form that blade of light into the Warrior's Axe. Or if we just chose that form, or if we were actually using him to kill Emmett. Nonetheless, there would definitely seem to be a very clear book ending to the Ardbird that was following us around. I want to assume, therefore, that this is Ardbert and not the one that's been following us around, but Ardbert should be gone regardless of specific mechanics of what happened against Emmett. Yeah, exactly. Like, either he is a part of us, his spirit was spent, or something in between, right? So, all that to say is, that's not the one we talk to. Like, I'm almost confident saying that's the case, but yeah. That also felt like the end of a patch. So, I mean, it was. Okay, cool. Awesome. I'm just gonna quickly update the title then. The patch ending quests have the name of the patch. Oh, right, because that one was, what was it? Vows of Virtue, something or other? Fuck. Yeah, Vows of Virtue. That's right. I remember that. I remember seeing it in the patch things. Okie dokie. Also, hey, Runway, how's it going? That might honestly be a good time for a break. Just so I can get some more water and stuff. Yeah, you know what? It'll only be like a minute or two, but yeah, I'll be right back. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a bit nervous about them potentially bringing back Asahi and him not being an Ascian. Like, granted, the one thing I will give that is that they didn't do all they could with a fanboy of Xenos. There's definitely more that, there's definitely more they could do with him narratively. That is 100% true. But I hope there is, because they just brought him back for no fucking reason, and... It's not bad. Well, yeah, like, I have faith in the writing, right? Like, at this point, they brought back Xenos in a way that was very good. And when they showed Xenos alive, I went on like a... Not even going to confirm that's Asahi. Yeah, you shouldn't. That's an assumption from me. Fuck, it could be Elidibus just fucking with him. Like I said, I didn't rule out the Ascian thing. Nonetheless, like... I went on a, 5 to 10 minute rant about them bringing back Xenos and how that was a fucking terrible idea. And then later on, I realized what was actually happening and went, never mind, that's great. And then when Xenos actually appeared, I was like, we've demonstrated that the Resonant is like the Echo and like the Ascians being able to just float around as souls. Good. There was narrative purpose to that. I'm fine with that. Like, I don't just want them to transparently bring back a character that was popular because, you know, because of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I don't just want to bring them to bring someone back just from popularity. I want it to have narrative purpose. Yeah. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm back. I didn't give the aircon enough time to turn off before I turned my mic back on, so I hope that wasn't loud. Also, I changed my shirts because I was getting sweaty. It's still warm-ish here, but unfortunately my computer belches heat like no one's business. Did I miss anything? I do somewhat think it would have been great to leave him dead because of how unsatisfying that ending for him would have been, but it's also good they brought him back. Yeah, that's... Well, hang on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh boy, here we go. Stream. There we go. We just lost a few thousand frames. That's fine. Yeah. My pains are common, that is definitely for sure. Oh, I guess, because you, Luca, sent me that, thing about the encoding. I realized that I don't know if I was still on X264, whatever the hell it was, back, before I had to switch computers. But I'm now, the default now was that it was the other encoding thing, which is, I think, oh, X264 is the one. Yeah, so at the moment I was on NVENC new, I think it is. So I didn't get to actually try out that, encoding change, but I think I might, next stream, see how it goes. Yeah, that's the one. In Streamlabs OBS, there's that, and then there's one that's like brackets new. I don't actually know the difference, but yeah, that setting was, that's a Shadowplay encoder. Oh, okay. Huh. I didn't know that had an encoder to itself too. Well, maybe it's more widely used, but Shadowplay uses it. Yeah, so I haven't been able to try that. And the second that happened, I was like, I should have tested that before this stream, but it's kind of hard to test when I can't like make it do the thing that does that. Anyway, let's get back to it. Hi, Kryl. Old enemies, new threats. Kryl is glad for your return, though it remains to be seen if she has glad tidings to share. So X264 uses your CPU, NVNC uses your GPU. Well, it's probably... what would be more powerful, the CPU or the... Oh, no, you know what? I should probably be doing CPU. I should probably be doing at least partially CPU, because I got a brand new CPU as opposed to my GPU, which is like at least as old as my computer. When I got my parts replaced, I actually got basically well, it's an upgrade, but it's like of the same class of CPU. So like for Intel, for example, you have like i5, i6, i7. Oh, and I guess you got i9. Sorry, i3, i5, i6, i7, i9. I'm an idiot. So basically, I got the next year's version of the same category, but for AMD, and I can't remember them off the top of my head. Maybe I should consider doing a... Actually, that's a good question. No, I won't do that now. I'll check at the end of the stream, so I don't interrupt this too much. I'm actually curious which has a heavier load, but I need to change encoding to check that, so I probably have to do that later on. So out of curiosity, do you have an integrated GPU slapped in there somewhere? I don't think the motherboard has an integrated GPU, no. I don't think that's the case. Aldine, why, what a pleasant surprise. It's not like you've been standing there for the last 10 minutes. You've come to inquire after the Archons. Fear not. Master Matoy's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the first and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Oh, shit! Damn, I just discovered how good an integrated GPU is for streaming because it usually goes completely unused and it's amazing. Yeah, it would go... like, if you have a dedicated GPU, then... yeah, that thing would never get used for that. So you basically just have an extra, you have like an extra set of parallel cores that just don't get used for anything. So you might as well fucking use them for streaming or something like that. But yeah, like, because I don't have that, like, I'm not 100% sure whether I should be putting more load on the CPU or GPU. Oh, that would explain why that one time I tested with, Control on, like, Ultra actually started, like, dipping in frames. Because I was probably, overburdening the GPU there. Ah, Aldine, it's been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Aldin, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah yes, I've heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news? Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance was withdrawn, leaving Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. Okay. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Who? Commander Aldin has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extended this invitation. It seemed time is of the essence. Well, you will not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan Quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. Usually it's used for my second monitor, and literally that's it, so I can now manage to stream DVD with no frame drops. That's really good. I didn't realize that was the optimization you made, but yeah, that's actually really handy. Maybe the next time I get an imp motherboard, I should try and get one with an integrated GPU just for that kind of thing. Like, I'm sure it doesn't have, like, obviously, like, a grand capacity, because it's not a dedicated GPU, and it's not a CPU, so it's not going to be nearly as powerful clock speed-wise. Or, sorry, doing as many complex things within that kind of space of time. But it'd still be handy. I'm honestly so jazzed for you to get to the end of 5.3, it's so good. Well, I'm 5.2 now, right? And that wasn't actually too many quests, now that when I look back in the journal, so... who knows? I might get through a decent amount of this, actually. Which I honestly didn't think... like, I didn't think I'd be finishing up a patch today. Gotta be honest, I'm pretty surprised about that. Oh dear. Do I not have a fudge? This is gonna burn a hole in my pocket. Right. Oh well. Guess we've got to burn that Really, it just offloads some of the burden from the CPU and dedicated GPU so they can focus on the more intensive stuff. So does that mean that you're using... So does that mean that the streaming task is only the job of the integrated GPU? Or is the CPU and GPU still kind of taking on some of that burden? Because I don't know how powerful integrated GPUs are, because I'm honestly not that good of a hardware person. But I'd imagine that and I mean, well, streaming isn't really that intensive compared to, like, actually running the game and whatnot, so... Yeah. This is a particular aspect of streaming I need to re-educate myself on, because I used to follow someone who was, like, squeezing every bit they could out of their, like, OBS settings and stuff like that, so I was, like, really with it then. But after a time, all of that knowledge went away, and I'm sure shit has changed since then, so even if I looked up the same shit I did last time, it'd probably be incorrect to some degree. And obviously, like, it's really complex, because it depends on, like, the power of your CPU compared to your GPU and all that kind of stuff. Commander Aldin waits us in the Royal Palace, if you would follow me. Ah. Oh, of course it would be Gaius. Since the encoder task is being handled by the integrated GPU, it mostly just takes the task away from the dedicated GPU. It still uses some CPU because OBS just... Because naturally does depend... still uses some CPU, obviously, because... OBS just naturally does that depending on what's in your scene, and I have a lot in my scenes, fair enough. But the actual process of encoding the stream is handled by the integrated. So the dedicated GPU can focus on just rendering the game that I'm playing and not also worrying about the encoding the stream. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely need to read up, again on shit like that, because that's just so foreign to me yet again. Or the particulars of that are just, like, foreign to me again, unfortunately.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
No, we don't. That's fair. That's sort of nitty-gritty streaming stuff that most people probably don't pay all that much attention to. Lol. Yeah, like, most people probably use the suggested settings, maybe look up a thing or two on, like, oh, what encoding should I use? But when it gets down to the stuff that, like, you posted, or that you sent me a thread on, like, that's the shit where, like, I would like to get back into, and without, like, relearning the foundational shit, it's just right over my fucking head.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
What?
Must we repeat this ridiculous display?
Thank you.
I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
I have to actually know what I'm doing with all the encoder stuff and what bits of hardware certain things are using, because I'm working with a mid-spec PC and need to optimize as much as I can. Yeah, because that's where I used to be. Like, but then I bought this. Then I bought this thing, and when like, you know, months later, I was like, oh, I should fire up the stream again, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't have something that's like 5 or 7 years old. I don't need to worry about that now. But yeah, I'm...
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions.
Yeah, and also, like, I don't know, the fact that the Warrior of Light still kind of, like, does shit like this is really... Like, I get it to some degree, but also...
We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
Like, I can understand being on edge, but, like...
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence.
And to be absolutely fair, because the Warrior of Light doesn't speak and only uses like the emotions and actions that can be used in cutscenes like this, they are kind of limited in like showing stuff like that. Warrior of Light implied confused bimbo himbo. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, that would certainly explain a lot. Has flashbacks to the Eye of Nidhogg being thrown off a fucking bridge. Actually, sorry, I just reminded myself of something. That isn't actually as dumb as it sounded at the time. Because I think there was a line later on that Alphino kind of explained that the depths of where that bridge bridges over, is actually incredibly turbulent and like aether-filled, so that like mortals could not go in there, right? I just hit things run forward. I don't know what else is happening. Yeah, like that's it's kind of what I always had in mind. You know how like the Warrior of Light almost always does the thing. It's just like, yes, I'm here to knock heads. Do I get to do that now, or?
Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, we're not fighting yet. Should we be? Am I missing a fight? Did I misunderstand something, or?
Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape.
I can't believe Xenos is going to get away with that.
When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight. But to me, his description seemed anything but. And upon further investigation, I found that I was right.
So we're immediately going into that. I like that, because I want to know what the fuck that is.
The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
7th. Was the 7th the one that Gaius led? I can't remember whether that was the 7th or the 14th. Yes, that's true. Primal Capture was probably a secondary feature of Ultima. Well, actually, no. No, wait a minute. I didn't think the Allagans were even knowledgeable of that, because La Habrea says something akin to, like, no one has ever known what it was for besides us, meaning Ascians. Gaius led the 14th. The 7th has come up before. Where have I heard that? Now then, Darnus was legatus of the 7th, the guy who brought down Darlabold. That would have been it, yeah. Okay, right. That would make sense.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
I could have just clicked as well to find out what the fuck was up with that, I guess.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandarnus, and its leadership has changed hands several times since.
The Allagans created the Ultima weapon, they didn't create the Heart of Sabik. Okay, then maybe I misunderstood. I thought you were implying that, Ultima weapons kind of use as Or the fact that, like, the heart wasn't understood by anyone and was made part of Ultima Weapon. But Ultima Weapon has been purported to catch primals. I don't quite understand what the... Like, if it's not those two, then what was the purpose the Allegans built it? Admittedly, this is, like, so far in the past, even for the characters I've replayed this bit with. Like, am I actually missing something here, or...? Hang on a second. Okay, no, you can wait. Oh. Oh, okay, sure. Fair enough. Like, yeah, I guess we're assuming it probably took out primals, but it's implied the Garleans repurposed it for the usage of destroying primals. Oh, okay. Huh. I guess I kind of took it for granted that it was built to, like, defeat primals, because that was also what Omega was built for, but... Anyway, the 7th.
Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery.
Why do I feel like Elidibus is part of this?
What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea.
Really?
We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
The fucking Empire's in turmoil right now. Why would they fly it?
And right glad are we that you did. Though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima Weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you.
Yeah.
And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
Omega is a different beast and subject of a separate quest line. There's a tad bit more background about Ultima in one of the side dungeons. So, yeah, like... Okay. So, it definitely seemed like, at least from our experiences with both Ultima and Omega, Omega was meant to kill primals. Or subjugate primals, I guess. Whereas Ultima was maybe repurposed to harness their power. Because, I mean, the whole thing about Omega is that it was basically able to contend, or meant to be able to contend with Bahamut. Which is why it, like, put up such a fight against Shinryu. What dungeon, or what side dungeon, are you referring to, Runway? Ow.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
Fractal Continuum Hard. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. That might be one of the things we do, if I actually end up finishing this earlier than I thought. Ultimate Weapon is mostly made to harness ether. True. I guess it's not primal specifically, but it is ether, and that would make sense, because primals are just ether. Right, yeah, okay. Which would almost... Well, actually, hold on. Maybe Ultima was purpose-built to channel the power of the Heart of Sabik, though. Because we now know that Emmett was responsible for a lot of the technological advances in the Allagans, so it's possible that he actually guided them towards that, right? Like, if the Allagans actually had some kind of, if the Allagans had some other reason for building it, I guess that's kind of still absent, but, like, the important thing still would be the, Emmett's involvement in it, and the whole Stormblood party raid tier is about Omega. Yeah, I remember that. The Allagans may not have known what the Heart of Sabik did, but Emmett Selk definitely did, and probably would have wanted something to happen with it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I forgot that aspect was revealed to us.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
I sure hope so too. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. What are we looking at? Oh, okay. We're just looking off into the distance. You can afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. Surely I can... Kral can see the steely resolve in your eyes and suspect she knows to where duty calls you. I take it you're ready to return to the first? Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the source. Namely, Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels, Aldine. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. Okay. Let us go back to... there. The thing I'm still confused about is why a person... Like, what about a person specifically? Love having to collect 19 pieces of mail from the delivery Moogle every time I make a new character. Oh, yeah, that must be a pain in the ass. Here's all your veteran rewards, and all of your one-time rewards, and here's your store-bought items. Wait, would store-bought items actually... Surely they'd apply to your entire account. Be kind of shitty if it didn't, but... I mean, I guess it should theoretically be priced accordingly, but... Yeah, at worst I've got, like, one piece of thing. Store-bought items bind to a specific character. Kind of sucks, but... Damn, 19 pieces of mail. I mean, I know veteran rewards must be some of those things. Oh, I guess maybe there's, like, Oh, actually, no, there wasn't anything like that for the... Christmas or anything like that. Playing since Heaven's Ward launch, it stacks up. Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you two have been making good use of your time. For worrying news, yeah. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that we might all be appraised of the situation. There's also Recruiter Friends stuff. Yeah, that was the thing I couldn't think of. Collector's Edition, Stormblood, Old Veteran Award stuff that they don't even do anymore. Oh, right. Right, so you probably got multiple versions of all of that shit. Holy crap. Well, multiple versions of the Veteran Awards sets. I think that was a coherent sentence.
What news from the source?
Xenos and Ultima alive. Yeah, that's about it, top to bottom.
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
That is very lucky.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
So...
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Becklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
Are you serious?
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will. However...
Of course, there's a...
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna reread that. Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind, body, and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift. So, are they saying that well, I guess they'll probably clarify, but in order to operate that thing, we need someone who is able to control the Crystal Tower, more or less?
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts.
Okay.
In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
Don't say it like that.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness.
Oh?
But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Since the Crystal Tower is a static point in time and space, yeah. Also, I just remembered I can actually play through previous expansion stories again without needing to make a new character. Oh yeah, there's New Game Plus. Right, I didn't need to read that line. To be fair, that feature is like...
Why not speak in here?
Just...
She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Like, to be fair, that feature is, like, buried away in, like, one of the first areas of the game, or one of the first important areas of the game, and you can just miss it entirely.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Like, hell, the only reason I remember it is that every time I get through, like, a major patch or something like that, it says, new chapter in New Game Plus unlocked. Right. Like, if you're looking to it for, like, a source of leveling, then obviously that's not gonna happen. Well, obviously that's not not a good course for that. Which I can kind of understand. Like, the MSQ gives you so much more experience than any other thing in the game, I think. It's even hard to gauge though, because by the time you have the opportunity to go back and do something else for XP, you're probably using a job that's like level 1 or something like that, and you have a job that's like many levels ahead of you, and they put in place an XP multiplier when you're leveling a lower level job. But then again, like, fates and dungeons and stuff are pretty plentiful, but... eh. Alphino is eager to assist Captain Lena. Must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? Well, I mean, she wanted to talk with me, not... We, like, go up to talk to her, and she's like, oh, good to see you, Warrior of Darkness. Alphino, you could just kind of... need to speak in private, thank you. I think dungeons are probably the best way to grind experience. Fates are the best way to do it as a solo player, yeah. We have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. Oh, fair enough. A Sin Eater? I'd heard some few yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guards, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes. However harmless they may seem, my men would do well to learn from your example. I'm not going to ask why not Alphino, that's rude. Excellent, then let us make for Fort Job. Oh, actually, that is something I should check in the duty finder. Huh? Like, marked my keyboard or something. No. There you are. Oh, right, I don't have the item level for it. Fuck, I forgot about that. If you'd wait here a moment, I will gather the others. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Senator before my very eyes. I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Truly. It seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight against an words. You took flight astride an Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Ulmoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. That's not the same haircut, and I don't think those are the same eyes. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name is Thela. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. Oh, I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to him. Fuck, that was a while ago. Don't give up, don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the night sky return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up, we won't give in. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. We're doing a lot of build-up to just go and kill one Sin Eater, but I guess it's kind of also drilling in home the influence we've had as a... Wait, we're going to that thing again? Huh. What's in here? Oh, that's right. There's still quests I haven't done in there. Or quests I took on that I didn't end up finishing. Yeah, they need to establish that you're a big cool hero in the first, just like you are in the source. Yeah. What the... What the hell? Is it dead?
Did you slay this Eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light? Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat.
I mean, to be fair, that didn't look like an ordinary
As for this
Eater.
warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
Okay.
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
Anchors keep us where we have chosen to be. He's lost without you, you know, and he misses you already. Ooh, I don't know if I'm going to be that direct. I also feel like... I don't know. I feel like... It's more of a specific character thing, because, like, this is obviously based on a character I used to play in WoW, but... he would not go for the direct thing. He'd be like, no, I mean, it's practical. I'm going to take the practical approach, always. Anchors keep us where we have chosen to be.
Is that so? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know. But if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
Starting replay of ARR and man, Y'shtola sure has changed, huh? Yeah, she has. She's changed a fair bit. And yeah, Lena is a great character. Like, she definitely started off a little bit one note, just kind of like, ah, yes, I'm the guard of the city and whatnot. But like, once you start to see like her concerns for the Exarch specifically, it's, yeah, she really grows. Or more of her character is revealed, rather. Her mind at ease, Lena is ready to return to her duties. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. Oh yeah, when Yulmore sends the fucking Sin Eaters, yeah, like that moment was rough. Yeah. It's like, it's my duty, goddammit. It's my duty, basically pounding the fucking earth. Like, I cannot stop, even if I'm injured. Fuck you, I'm the captain. Well, I'm the leader of this whole thing. Yeah, that was a fucking spectacular moment. Oh, maybe I should have gone and seen what was up there. Oh, that's saying Raktika. Yeah. Whatever. Alright, back to it we go. Oh yeah, I guess that's something I didn't actually explicitly say in that little thing there, but obviously, like, once she starts talking about the Exarch, there's a little bit more of her character shows, but also, like, seeing her at the point of, well, seeing how dedicated she is to her own position and how important it is, or realizing how important it is, and then her breaking down almost by her body failing her when she shouldn't be failing people. Or feels she shouldn't be failing people. The others were quite shocked to hear of what happened, what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there is a proposal I should like to make. Yes, Alphino. So she literally used to be a Bancho girl as a teenager. That tracks. That tracks both for her and for you liking her as a character. I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as Sin Eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. It sure does. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Arbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, the knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remains those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as Sin Eaters is absurd. Interesting. Someone... Huh. Under normal circumstances I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains, deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emmett Selk, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the flood that followed in their wake. It'd be really, really unfortunate if Ardbert rocked up during this explanation. Well, what say you, Aldine? Spread the word, I say. Oh my god, I forgot we can fly in ARR locations now. Yeah. I can imagine that took some getting used to. Like, for expansions upon expansions, not being able to do that. Then we're all of one mind on the matter. Good. Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Becklug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to the gathering of gathering the people of the Crystarium in the Excedra, thank you. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. So is the Exarch not going to be there at all, or...? Because while we've curried the favor of, like, everyone, I would... Well, no, I guess there was that whole thing about like, the people of the Crystarium helping us before we went to the Tempest, and then the people, gathering to congratulate us afterwards. It's probably not completely out of the question that they'd be, that's the wrong place, Wolfie. What the fuck are you doing? You literally read it too. Musica Universalis. Sure do carry favor with literally everyone in the first now, huh? Yeah. We sure do. Actually, I wonder if there's border art for this. Interesting. Wait a minute! Oh my god, I just fucking realized something. So, who we thought was a Lalafell is actually a dwarf, but they're not dressed as a dwarf. Oh fuck, I never connected that. That's really dumb. Oh yeah, of course, you're that. Oh man. I'm gonna go through them with other characters once I've leveled stuff up to 80. Well, actually, no, I think I'm doing a healer. Well, I could do scholar, I guess. Shouldn't be had. Wait, are there dwarves that aren't dressed as dwarves here? Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I don't actually know if that's the case. Because, like, the only two places we've seen dwarves are in, Calusia. In the two villages to the north, I think. Fuck, I don't actually know. Well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. Ah, speaking of which... Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the Cardinal Virtues. That was the name. Or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? Well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Imagine all dwarves in this world just look like Vivi clones and there's no actual equivalent to Lalafell. Yeah, well, it's funny you mentioned that because in the Black Mage questline, the Lalafells that are like the preeminent Black Mages of the time, or one of them at least, appears literally like Vivi with the same kind of visage that the dwarves do in this place, with like just like a huge hat with the black shadow over their faces with the yellow eyes. And I thought it was like, huh, that's neat. But then they actually used it later on, and because like my immediate thought was, Vivi. Wait, is Vivi a Lalafell then? But then they actually did it in here, so that's odd. Yeah. It's funny to think that someone did that, and then they were making dwarves or something, and someone said, you know, we have that effect from like the Black Mage quest line. We could just make them look like Vivi. Are we confused because we don't know what dwarves are yet? Well, I mean, dwarves are what people call Lalafells in this universe. The thing I was confused about before was whether we had seen any dwarves that looked directly like Lalafell instead of the ones with the mask, or with the shadow over their faces and the beards. Yeah. Come to browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmor's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? No wonder business is booming the way it has, or way it is. Imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrend reaps the benefits. But you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? Wait, isn't there a Warrior of Light from the first that's a Lalafell? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They appear in the source, and every time we've seen them, they look straight up like a Lalafell. That's why I was confused, because I was like, wait a minute. That Warrior of Light looks like a Lalafell, but the dwarves in this world, I don't think we've seen I don't think we've seen one that just looks like a Lalafell. But, like, I'm trying to think if she's the only one, basically. Like, obviously that kind of implies that dwarves just are Lalafell, but they dress differently, and all of them have beards. But, like, I was curious if we'd ever run into someone that's not the same. Because I feel like that would come up in the quest line, because the dwarves in this world are very particular about their beards. I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the knight to Norvrend. Alright, consider my interest piqued. Oh my god, the beards aren't real. And their beer. Their scarves. Well, I mean, that's not true. Maybe, I don't think I ever found out what her name was, but maybe she shaves daily. Wait, what? Are you fucking serious? Hang on. Dwarves are a beast tribe in the parallel world of the First, rarely seen without their face-obscuring helmets and beards. However, the beards are in reality elaborate scarves, and removing the helmets and beards reveals them to... I'm actually kind of disappointed by that. Just give them all beards. God damn it. If you want to post that link, Luca, feel free. Yeah, that sucks. There are quests to talk about this somewhere. Well, I imagine that's where it probably came from. Like, I imagine, like, if someone told me that and asked me to write a quest line about it, it would be a quest line that, like, revolves kind of around this big dispute about the beards and all that. And then at some point, the Warrior of Light is, Well, I mean, you just grow them differently. Like, what's the problem with that? And then someone turns around and goes, grow? What? Wait, did copy-pasting from the wiki automatically include a link? No, it didn't. I mean, it wouldn't have. It shouldn't. Unless it was just embedded in the text you copied, which I would have been concerned about if it did. Sorry, the reason I put that there is because I thought you were about to put in, like, a link to it. Or a link to the wiki page on it, but... it's fine. You just copy-pasted the text instead. Yeah, the Final Fantasy XIV part of that. Yeah. That... Thank you, I appreciate that. That is actually disappointing. Just give them all beards. What the fuck? Like... I don't know. Like, I'd have to go through the quest lines to kind of address that and where that's brought up. But, like, I can't see any reason to just give them beards and they're actually fighting over facial hair. Like, fuck it, why not? Although, then I can... would that mean that they would have had to add character customization options for Lalafell so all of them could have beards? Because that would have been great. I hope you being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late, which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. I think the thing is that they can't really add additional races that weren't present in the source without infringing upon the lore of stuff like Amarot. I guess that makes sense. Like, I don't know, like, I guess it's reflections of, like, they're reflections, so by necessity they are basically the same. Like, there's a naming difference because that's just how that would happen. If two places have two different histories, their language would probably grow in different ways, you know? Like, that makes sense. So, Lalafell not all having beards would make sense from that perspective. I just think it's a coward choice, personally, but... I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. Oh, now and again. Truth about the Warriors of Light? But the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. So while they have different names and different cultures, they're basically the same and still reflect the unfractured selves from Amarok. Yeah, exactly. Like, there is a reason that is the case. And I guess... like, in one way I kind of respect it, because they were like, well, I mean, we can't have dwarves without beards, and they found a way to actually work that in. That made sense. That's neat. But... do I have that one? Why do I not have that one? What's the quickest way up there, then? It's gonna be through here, through the way I got there originally. Oh, well, going in the wrong direction. Wait, what? Ooh, let me jump on the hot plate. It's really strange that they blocked that off specifically, but... Oh, that's another person's activity. Well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenold not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that he inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think fate would bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry, you mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. Some people's fucking names, I swear. Was that really the only one I was missing? God, fuck. You've attuned yourself to all the things. Congratulations. You can go to Tessellation now. Yeah, pain. I've done that on several characters at this point, though, so I'm more just disappointed in myself than actually, like, upset about that. Because I keep fucking doing it. No. This can't be. Surely there is at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. I know someone who can not... Oh, Aldine. Forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. People wish to know the truth of the Flood, of the Warriors of Light. I have searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy of only scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light? Of the Flood? How wonderful! You've regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Good, that's the whole point. Okay, where are we meeting up? In the center. Oh, maybe I saw a person specifically warp in from here and walk directly into the center where they had a cutscene. Maybe that was the thing they were up to. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather. Yes, I'm sure absolutely nothing will go wrong whatsoever. Oh shit, I was about to throw this away, I still got chips. Cold. Fuck it. It's better than me getting chocolate from the fridge.
Everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
Oh god.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
I feel like they'd be more inclined to take the word of the fucking Exarch, but I guess
Indeed.
Graha's not
In
here.
light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Oh god, the Warrior of Light talk? Instant sweating. Yeah, exactly. Fucking read my mind. God, that was such a good moment.
Wicked White? The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
Yeah, this is where you guys need to
This
step
should
in.
go a long way towards clearing the air.
You're not gonna address the... Oh, okay. Hi, Ardbert.
Impossible.
Take it I'm not imagining this then.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
How do you know that?
What in the world?
Well, I guess you would know that.
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time, though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may.
I don't know if this is a good idea.
People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
I guess he got a bit better.
That I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass.
That certainly is a phrase. Will of the star, eh? I mean, Ascians can craft their own images, as was said by Emmett Selk. Oh, fuck. It could just be Elidibus fucking possessing Ardbert's body. What the fuck am I talking about? That sure is a specific phrasing.
The hero who stands before you now, the Warrior of Darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when he must return to his home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new Warriors of Light.
What? Us? Warriors of Light?
You're gonna fucking summon something in this
None
in
of
the
us
first.
were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man, with a thirst for adventure.
You are trying to get everyone to believe in something so you can summon something, you piece of shit. I'm calling it now. I didn't realize you were wearing genie shoes. There goes any tension. Listen, my outfits are not the best, but this is what one of the best craftsmen in all of the First gave me. I think I get a pass for that.
But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need.
One of.
Or not.
Pardon.
And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man. And the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Yeah, this is like such good timing. He has terrible design choices then. Okay, but I didn't know that. I'm still giving myself a pass. Yeah, this is like the most opportune moment for someone with the guise of one of the Warriors of Light to come forward and say, yeah, that's right, and blah, 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 because after we've just vindicated him, what are we gonna do? Say, oh, don't believe this guy, though? Like, fuck, that's smart.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Though it is curious that... Well, Y'shtola did just say, what in the world? She hasn't said much else. I wonder if she'll comment on anything to do with this. He's gonna... I don't know. Because Y'shtola's one of the only people in this entire scenario that could discern whether this potentially isn't Ardbert. Or if something is blocking her from doing that.
That is a warrior of light of the First.
It is indeed.
I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
The only other possibility, and it's kind of a long shot because it was never really specified, like, what that kind of thing is, but we know the other virtues, obviously, came back, or the bodies of the other Warriors of Light came back as the cardinal virtues. We don't know whether they were just, like, zombies, because Narbert basically just is. He wanders around ripping holes in time and space. But given the descriptions in that, I would presume that this is not that. So I'm still thinking, like, either as Ascian Resurrection, or Ascian Possession, rather, or... I mean, Will of the Star is, I mean, I think that's a dead giveaway. It's funny because, like, that was, like, weaved into it, like, obviously it stands out to me because... Obviously it stands out to some degree, but it's weaved into this speech where, like, no, he's right. Like, we should be striving to be more helpful. It doesn't just fall to one person to kind of look after the place, or defend the place, or see that it becomes fruitful. there is absolutely thing to that. But sneaking in the idea of the will of the star from the outset. No.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Well, I guess that kind of confirms that he basically fused with us then. I love this melancholic version of the Maker's Ruin. Yeah, it's good. Okay, but what did you see, Yashtol?
Now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not.
Yeah.
Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
Ascian.
That he is an Ascian.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes.
And he did appear in Yulmore first. So that would track.
Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Yep.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known.
What became of Elidibus, though?
Evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them.
Oh. Huh. See, that was something I was confused about, because, I think a while ago I was speculating about things like who could actually see... I don't think it was Emmett, I think it was someone else. But I was thinking about, like, the mechanics of that, because someone like, Moonbreeder saw the Ascian that attacked us before going off to find Minfilia, to claim Tupsamati. But Tataru didn't see Elidibus when he visited, Minfilia. And I was confused if that was just a selective thing, but it seems that Oriange has just confirmed that if they are in fact possessing a body, or if they have a corporeal form, or everyone can see them. If not, only people with the Echo can.
Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light.
Okay, is this game reading my mind? I mean, listen, I know I just sat here and kind of thought about, like, the instances of that as the case, but this happens a lot, huh? It does, because I sit here and go, someone makes a claim, and I actually sit here and think, do I have any information that can actually help to that? Sometimes I think of information that can, but then that's another thing I actually like about this game. They don't tiptoe around, like, the obvious shit too often. If you've seen it before, it's going to come up in conversation at some point. And usually not too late, either. But, yeah, this happens a lot. Well, I know there's the one clip, I think someone made a clip of that, anyway.
On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
Mm-hmm.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion.
It's only people that are
Mayhap
dead.
The blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Ooh, I don't actually know if I can say that for sure. So, there was a moment when the Sahagin were summoning Leviathan, where the priest showed powers of the Echo. And, when killed, possessed another of the Sahagin's bodies. Yeah, possessed another of the Sahagin's bodies, and made it his own. Now, it's been implied that the Echo, or at least this kind of power, has something to do... Well, maybe this is my assumption, but there's implications that there is some overlap between the Echo and being tempered by an incredibly powerful primal. So what I was thinking just then is, have we seen someone who was tempered be taken over by an Ascian? Or someone else possessing the same power? And while you probably could consider the Sahagin that was possessed by the priest to have been tempered, I don't know if I can say that for sure. So the fact that Urianger here hints to other forces at work may actually be something? Either that, or again, it's kind of the fact that, Oh, sorry. He said the Blessing of Light, not the Echo. Shit. I misread that completely. He's talking about the Blessing of Light, he's not talking about the Echo. Though again, where the line is between that and the Echo is... there's also a stark difference in power level between Hydaelyn and any other primal other than Zodiac. Yeah, that's exactly right? So... But I guess what I'm getting at is, like, I don't know if it's the thoroughness of... or the the power level of what you're tempered by, or if you have the Echo... or if being tempered to begin with prevents that. There's a lot of variables that kind of make it not 100% clear. Like, I'm making a few assumptions here and there to kind of put that together, but still, thoughts.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Albert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps?
I would guess the soul, because we're talking about, if we're talking about tempering primals and the Echo, or if we're talking about tempering the Echo and the Blessing of Light, I would assume that applies only to souls. I don't think the specific mechanics of all of this has necessarily been fully expounded upon yet, and that's partly due to the Scions themselves not fully understanding all of it. Yeah, exactly, which is why I'm kind of speculating and trying to think of, like, past events and trying to figure it out. They did only just learn that Heidelin is a primal very recently. Exactly. And, like, Ardbert is the only person who put forward the idea that maybe we've been tempered, which is the thing that raises a lot of questions about the origin of the Echo, where the Blessing of Light kind of begins and where the Echo ends. Like, there's a lot there that has yet to be answered. And the Scions, and probably no one except maybe... well, yeah, no one within the story that is about to tell... that could tell us knows enough to say for sure, as Urianger plainly put, because if anyone could have figured it out, it was probably him.
Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Is it not peculiar that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light, or did the final departure of his soul make that possible? Well, yeah. I mean, that would make sense. Like, they all had the Echo. After his soul is gone, he's now possessible. Although I guess that raises a question of how much of... Because that's a little unclear too, because it's implied Elidibus returned here after knowing what happened to Emmett Selk. Whether or not the opportunity to possess Ardbert's body before that was ever a thing is unclear, though we could presume that it may have had something to do with it. Potentially. I don't know, that's hard to say. Anyway. Please tell me some of you...
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary.
Go on.
I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people.
Which again is very fortunate for him that he turned up when he did. Or saw the opportunity, rather.
And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Yeah, I didn't actually mention that, but that was something that came to mind. But I had gone, like, the cutscene had I started moving through the dialogue before I the thought really solidified. But yeah, that is very true. Like, if Elidibus was also looking for another body to possess, he could have easily done it with the Scions. The only... So there is a level to that where I'm like, I don't think that would actually be a smart thing to do, considering what the state of the situation actually is. But then again, like Oriange said, he's master of manipulation, so La Habrea did also try that once. Wait, did he? Wait, when did he... Thancred? Well, I mean, he did possess Scion. That's true. But what I'm saying is, like, the thing is that given the exact situation, I think I was thinking, like, it'd be hard for him to think of a way to justify, hey, one of them just got back up, if that makes sense. One of the Scions that's currently kind of undergoing problems just suddenly sprang to life. The Warrior of Light isn't back, or anything like that. But then again, the absence of the Warrior of Light and Elidibus being implied to be, like, even better at subterfuge and manipulation than any of the other Scions. Oh, sorry, Ascians, Jesus. I could still buy it. But, yeah. Asleep disturbed. With a furrowed brow, the Crystal Exarch deliberates on your next move. I think after this I'm going to take another quick break just to get some more water on that. It also wouldn't be very helpful considering they're focusing on the first to eventually possibly gain a foothold in the source again. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, at the end of 5.0, Elidibus basically made it his goal to keep the Scions in the first, if I remember correctly. So it makes sense that his goals are more focused here now, while especially, and like he was doing whatever he wanted to do in the source in Garlemald, because that's his primary concern. And while he knows that the first is kind of handled, you know, he doesn't need to worry about it. But he still has stuff he wants to do in the source, presumably, so what he's planning to do is keep the Scions in the first so they can't help in the source nearly as much. He did well to dispel the falsehood surrounding the Warrior of Light and their actions prior to the Flood, though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor, of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight, prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphinaud returneth soon with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to appraise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Beck Lug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. Then I think it's time I return to the Greatwood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Amit Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fanal that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Katana Ravel. Almet believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization. That of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. Alright, let me know how that goes. Jesus. But there's also this new Ascian around doing stuff, so who knows. Yes, there is whoever the fuck Asahi is. Wouldn't dream of going without you. Aw. When you're ready, make for now. Almet and her sisters will be expecting us. And let us be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the V's. Oh, right, I was going to take a little break here. Yeah, so I'm just going to get some water and a drink. Sorry. Take a break and have a drink and get... I've only been streaming for like 4 hours. How am I falling apart this much already? Jesus. Yes, I will be right back. God, words. I'm just gonna give it a second for my AC to kind of cool down this room a little bit before I move on. Yeah, from what I've seen from another friend I have in Australia, seems like shit is super hot over there right now. I can barely survive in 20C. I hope you're not dying over there. I'm not. It was 37 today. I actually, no, I think I got to 38. I could be wrong. Because it was, like, peaking around, 3-ish in the afternoon. And, like, in this room, like, the little AC unit I have behind me, can cool down a room, like, one closed room well, so I was fine. But if I stepped out of this room, I'd basically start sweating. And obviously living down here, I'm used to that. Like, especially in the last couple of years, we've had summers where, the 40-degree plus mark has been pushed pretty heavily, so, it sucks, but it's not out of the ordinary and we survive. I mean, there, like, up in Canada, I imagine you probably get, like, you probably hit, like, 0 and negatives far more often than we do, and I fucking hate the cold. Like, also, I just don't really deal with it that well. But yeah, like, as much as it is a climate thing, you kind of look at that number, and even people who are used to hot weather go, oh, Jesus Christ. It's literally minus 15 right now. Well, I mean, there you go. I'd be beside myself. Like, the lowest we hit here during the night is probably... I don't think we've fallen into the negatives too often. And even so, it's probably like 1 or 2. Yeah, it's sweaty weather for me. Fuck, I'd be out there in a snow jacket. Yeah, I'd probably be out there in full ski blizzard gear or some shit if it was that fucking cold. But yeah, but then again, then it hits 35, it's like, oh yeah, it's shorts weather, it's fine. Maybe if it gets into 40, I'll need to, like, sit in a room with no shirt on, but, like, it's fine. Kind of the deal living in Australia, I guess. My mum does wear, like, a full parka and hat in this weather, but she's not... but she's getting up in years, so it tracks... Yeah, exactly. Kind of another aspect to it as well. Which is gonna suck, because I already hate the cold enough as it is, so that's gonna get worse as I get older, then... Ugh. Like, I'm turning 30 in, like, 2 months, too, so... that kind of, thing is, approaching faster than I would like. Right. Let's, continue on, then. My birthday is the 30th of March. Wait, I think I figured out from, like, tweets you were having recently that your birthday's in March too, isn't it? Literally 2 weeks after yours. Damn. There you go. What are the chances? Alright. What have we found? Oh, I should keep eating these. God damn it. Skip dialogue. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there we discovered more ruins, although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls. We determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. It's also Mina's birthday coming up. My dad's on the 1st, my sister's on the 28th, and my mum's the day after mine. Jesus! That is a very busy first 3 months of the year. Damn. We were all in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. The wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our own ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come. Veronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a far more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Very true. Come now, surely any threats sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh, and who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching your staff at night, wishing it were... Oh dear. You promised not to tell! Then I suggest we be going. Get back here! Just throw her under the bus. Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's better that I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. And if not for your... sedulous? I think I've seen that word before. Sedulous. Showing dedication and diligence.
Sedulous.
Okay. Yeah. And if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Love this village of lesbians. Speaking of which, I believe I've kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Kitana Ravel. Yeah, no wonder you love this village. Well, oh, hang on, I suppose you were talking about Lena before, but for some reason I just extended that to all of the Vera. Don't know what made me do that, but... I wonder if she actually was referring to Yashola. That would be great. I suppose it might also just be a generic generic nod towards Warrior of Light, but... It's most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. Oh dear. Okay. Asleep undisturbed. Oh boy. So we're basically just returning to where we fought the Sin Eater? Or the Light Warden, rather?
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast.
It's damn right. I really wish this game had a mechanic of being able to have a home or at least an in-room anywhere, because I would absolutely just live in that Vera village. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that they don't have more options for that. I guess it kind of incentivizes people to go and use the, like the public player housing and stuff like that, because if you could just live in other areas, there'd be a bunch of people who just never engage with that, and it'd sit with the same people all the time. I could kind of understand, like, not wanting to kind of, encroach on that too much, but, yeah, like, I don't know, but then again, I guess that serves a different function. Maybe it's not as, comparable as I think.
Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
I wonder if that's got primal or something. Oh my god, you would.
Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
Oh, are we doing Puzzle Dungeon 2?
The sealed door lies ahead.
Well, I mean, it... Oh, there are pedestals.
As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
But replacing it with the one that's in front of the statue is probably not a good idea.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism.
Like the statue.
Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly.
Wait, how can you just read that?
Wait! Don't!
God damn it. Yeah, there we go.
What? But I only... What is happening?
Yeah. Have none of you seen Indiana Jones? Replace it with something.
Oh no. Oh no.
Why does
no. It lives!
Why does that look like a centaur Baphomet?
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Well, Baphomet may be not the right. Okay. Yeah, I guess it does. Well, the only difference is that Ultima kind of has the arms, whereas they don't. You trespass mortal upon sacred ground, and retribution 4 souls have I bound. Huaka. Yet to heroes proven learned and wise, comrade soul shall be their prize. If you would see theirs set free, answer me these riddles. Fuck. Oh, I failed the first. I stumbled at deft of paw with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I? Okay, good, you're in general. And it, I mean, we've got a timer, but... Answer me these riddles 3, the other side ye see. So for the record, I stumbled ass first into the correct answer for the, puzzle we did outside of one of the, pyramids. Deft of paw with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. Coel colibri, betterment of the whole do our efforts. Oh, you're just kind of repeating. Coel. Alas, 'twas the Oppo. Keen and shrewd its spirits exalts, ingenuity a virtue by which the Ronkins did prosperity pursue. This mistake, a single talisman I shall take. Fuck. I knew I should have finished Baba as you. With fearsome fang I travel with pack, together we find harmony, and those for peace our land does not lack. That's gonna be a Coel. Fuck. Oh, well, wolf. Yeah. Oh, I suppose these are the number of mistakes we can make. Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf their doctrines praised. That they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul I shall return. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? Serpent. Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber ere it tear the world asunder. Riddles answer you discern, and souls I return. Desire you that which I claim, then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory, choose wisely and you all may yet go free. Right, so you have a few things to go through all three. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe, choose your companions well or sorrow no. I'm usually pretty good at these. Wait, what? I thought you said by Oh, it's a matching game. Okay, my bad. Ishtola. Foe. Oh, Jesus. Ooh. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna do a smart thing. Sure, okay, I can be risky with that. So long as I don't pick two fighting thing, or... So long as I don't pick two of the bad ones, I won't summon anything. So long as I pick... So if I pick a bad one first, I always pick one of the known good ones. And if I pick a good one, then I can just look at another card. Nope. Nope. If I had to play triple triad or higher and lower, Sphinx, I call shenanigans. Well, you didn't your comrades are assembled together at last, yet still there remains one trial you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take a measure of your worth. Yeah, of course you would. Sphinx, I call shenanigans. You didn't give me a punishment for... You didn't give me limited picks, so fuck you. One worthy of she who the Ronkins extol must be strong of mind, body, and soul. I don't know if I'm gonna get attacked, so I'll start off with Ifrit.
No mercy!
Oh, that wasn't a further ruin. Duh. Shit.
Here I come!
What? Aw. They're doing it. Go Ifrit. I also messed that up.
I will not hold back!
There's one more. Oh, damn.
I will not hold back!
Never mind then. Well, I was gonna have to deal with all of this, but...
Let us see how you handle this!
Well fought, hero. The trial's complete. The way is open, and thus I concede defeat. Yeah, like, not wholly unexpected, but an exhausting ordeal nonetheless. Yeah, so, like, it has a similar kind of body to that, but I guess... Then again, I guess we haven't seen anything that, like, has the same kind of form. They really should force people to play Triple Triad at some point just to mess with them. Yeah. Is this the first fight you've done this whole stream? It is. That is, in fact, the first time I've entered combat this entire stream. The patch MSQs tend to be like that. It's very, very, quest and shenanigan heavy instead of, like, fights. Or at least it seemed like that.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite.
Yeah, exactly, Luca.
Now, what have we learned?
We were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
Okay. You knew? Bound to run into a living statue. A hero who deserves their rest. Wonder.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
I swear this game is reading my mind sometimes. I say for the third or fourth time this stream.
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Someone with the echo, then. Which would explain her prowess with spellcraft, I suppose.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot?
So the Ronkins existed before the... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it sure does look like that. Does that mean the Ronkin Empire existed around that time? Or do they tell tales of her?
If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided...
Uh-huh.
It would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar.
I
shall
think you're
refrain
pretty
from
spot
making
on.
any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot. Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the Tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently.
Indeed.
We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
I also like how she literally did that thing you do and went, I'm doing that thing, aren't I? Yeah. Yeah. Like, I like that, though. I really like that characters actually try and... Because there's like in a lot of narratives, there's, like, token efforts to do that where that's only used as signposting. Or, yeah. Where someone will say, oh, maybe it's this, but no. But, like, I like how characters actually sit down and don't do that just transparently for that. Though there is obviously some foreshadowing in some ways there. But they actually try and, like, process what they're looking at, use past experiences to do so. Like, not only does it make them believable characters, but it makes it feel like this is a... But because the writing is, like, good enough that it hides... The mysteries are complex enough that, like, there's always stuff to be said, or there's clues to it, like, to pick up. Like, having characters actually kind of piece through it keeps some people up, but also gives you appreciation for the fact that, like... Fuck, I feel like I just lost the goddamn point what I was gonna say there. It's nice that they don't just know, but actually show the effort of trying to figure something out. I think characters doing that also encourages the player to theorize about how things work and what might be happening. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, not only does it keep players engaged just because the characters are clearly smart, but, like, it establishes why they know things, how they know things, and, like you said, like, you start to be able to piece things together too. Because you see experiences, see how they relate to others, and you start speculating yourself. That's like half the reason I started, like, stopping as much as I do. Because I think pointing out how you can piece this together yourself, and the heroes do it in the same way rather than at the last minute or something is, yeah, it's like anti-Sherlock. Anti-Sherlock the show, yes. Well, yeah, like, there isn't one character who's always kind of one step ahead, and the interesting parts are trying to piece it together yourself and then someone showing you something really different. It's more like, it feels like you're putting your heads together with the characters in some regard. If I didn't mean the show, I'd have said Sherlock Holmes. That's very fair. It also helps that 80% of the people we travel with regularly are PhD people, so they don't just know things, but they know how to learn new things. Right, they absolutely do. Like, I guess the thing is, too, that, like, their expertise is rarely just leaned upon for explanations, and even if a character does end up doing that, it's like, okay, well, look, we're gonna test this, or I'm gonna demonstrate this. Like, they don't just say it's true and then move on. If it hasn't been established, they try and establish it because they're trying to convince other people too. It's actually one of the great things about having a group of people with different expertise, because when Oriange goes off about something about the way that magic behaves in the world, there's always a couple of other characters who are like, well, okay, hold on a minute, let's back up and step through this. Like, it's not just for the character's own benefit, it's for everyone's own benefit, because everyone's trying to come together to, like, understand what's going on. God, this game is really good. By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That as well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears, of our histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tiuna. I already forgot how that was pronounced. Jesus. Tiuna and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries, yet as it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will surely endure, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone, and though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we will do our best to preserve your story. I think the main thing I appreciate about how the game makes clear that characters actually try to figure things out is that it further justifies why the Scions exist. They're all different people with different areas of expertise, so it just makes sense that they band together for the betterment of the world and all utilize their different wisdom and knowledge and powers. Yeah, because they're like the preeminent people in their own kind of fields and have their own expertise. Like, it would naturally fall to a group of these people to do that. Because otherwise, like... No, I lost it again. Fuck it. I kind of just want to move on with the MSQ, but I was trying to, like, put that into more succinct words, but I think you put it exactly, Luca. I hope you forgive me if I don't make an oath for my own, but I think it goes without saying we would never misspeak of your heroism. Like, Stoller is very smart. There's no way she'd be able to do what she does without the help of the other Scions and what they could provide. Yeah. Perish the thought. So long as we are here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you have done for Norvrand. We're not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels, then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Cool. An old friend. By all rights, you should be departing for the Crystarium, but Y'shtola does not seem ready to return. Although we learned naught of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. May I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runar. So I guess to sum it up, the thing we learnt in that area was that the Echo existed before... Is it actually called the Sundering, or am I thinking of, like, a Warcraft event? I think I'm thinking of WoW. Aldine, it is so good to see you. I think Emmett called it the Sundering. Okay, I thought I pulled that from this game, but I wasn't sure if I was correct and pulling it from somewhere else, or if I was incorrect and pulling it from a different game. Aldine, it's good to see you. I think I just said that twice. You arrived at the most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, already a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the... Please, I insist. It will take only a minute. My apologies, Aldine. Since I return to the Crystarium will be a lot delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work but it is rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbough from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom from Askir, we might finish before Runar is done cooking. Really? We came here for literal housework? Damn. Imagine the Echo or Blessing of Light have existed as long as Heidelin has existed, so they probably go all the way back pre-Sundering. Yeah, that would make sense. Like, yeah, I guess the thing is that, like, that is conjecture until we literally hear about... but we found more evidence that solidifies that theory, which is another thing I actually appreciate about this game. It's not just, like, speculation isn't treated as, like, enough evidence in a lot of cases, because, again, the way that the Scions do things is not the way that's, like, always efficient with a narrative, where, like, someone just knows or something like that. Sometimes you get speculation that's like, I mean, we'd have to test it, or we need to go and find something that confirms this, or like, there's actual, like, thoughtful legwork to do, which doesn't feel tedious either, because it feels like you're always scraping at the limits of mortal knowledge, and it's really nice to have that all, like, pretty well explained, too. A broom for Master Matoya. Cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old but sturdy and sure to suffice. I trust Asgeir was able to find a broom for us. I will say, all of this only starts getting good in post-HW patches, because nothing is well explained in ARR. Yeah. Wait. You know what, I'll talk about that later, but yeah. There is a lot of things that are left unexplained, and, well, let me be brief about it. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because obviously having questions going into later expansions is a good thing, and it being like the groundwork for the rest of them, it kind of makes sense that, yeah, there'd be some things that are unanswered. But, like, by the standards that the rest of the expansions set forth, you're absolutely right. There are some things that just don't quite get explained too much, other than, like, Auracite and killing Ascians. I think that's the point where the game starts to do that more, where, like, you basically sit down and listen to a lecture with all of the Scions talking about how this actually works. And from there, they do that less, because they, like, slip in stuff like that into the weaving quests that go on. But yes, you did find a broom. This well-worn broom has seen many a spring and summer in Slitherbough, swishing and sweeping, sweeping and swishing. Well worn. Good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Yeah, the White Auracite thing is where it starts off that trend where when they were like, oh, it's really good when we properly explain the mechanics of the world and stuff, we should do that more. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm glad they stuck to that. I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Yeah. No? Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right, anyway, it is time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. Oh, are you going to do the Master Matoya thing? You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. The room is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Time to rise to swish and sweep a tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. I wonder if that's the same magic that Alizé uses to animate the, familiar. Because it's a similar concept, right? An object you have a thing in your mind of. She literally says the thing and it's so good. No? Well, I suppose I'm speculating. And, like, sorry, I should have said something earlier, because I feel like you were kind of, like, I know you weren't intending to do it, because we were kind of having, like, discussions and that, but, like, if I speculate about something, and that's, like, maybe future things, like, I prefer not to have answers for that, but, I mean, it's not fortunately, it's not a big deal for, did Y'shtola use the same magic to animate a broom? It's a thing you know. Oh? Hang on a second, I missed a message from you too. I love that the people who wrote this game care so deeply about Final Fantasy that they reference stuff all the way back from the first game. Yeah, that was the thing that surprised me. Newest Girl was pointing to a lot of things that were just basically references to previous Final Fantasy games. Like, right down to, like, Thornton and shit like that, which is just nuts from my perspective, but it's a thing you know. Because it seemed like it changed shape in a similar way. I mean, I guess there's more than one way to do that. The familiar is a very specific kind of magic that isn't the same as just animating an inanimate object. Right, but that transformed in the same way that the clay turned into a pig. And granted, like, turning a broom into another broom is different than turning an inanimate clay object into a living thing. I think it transformed because they already had that model animated as a pet. You know what? That's fair. That makes sense. I mean, I guess it's probably not the same, but it may follow, like, similar principles or something like that. In this one particular respect, I have no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. Why just that way, I wonder? Or at least I can't remember a... Oh no. In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I dearly miss this place, these people. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Oh, we're gonna have a voiced line. Oh, no. I guess the reason I kind of paused on that specifically is because when Alizé performed that magic, it suddenly struck me that that might have just been like a much weaker and more constrained version of what is essentially the creation magics that people from Amarot were able to use. And then I was thinking, well, I mean, it can't be exactly the same because they could just materialize shit out of nowhere. and it wouldn't be nearly as powerful because obviously it's implied that the people of Amarot have far much more ether in themselves to draw upon to do something like that, whereas almost explicitly people who are just reflections from the Sundering wouldn't. Yeah, I guess I just had a pause moment there and go, huh, I wonder if that was the same thing, but yeah. I didn't read that line. Shit. Something about the stew. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It's been a long day is all. I see. Ishtola. Oh, thank goodness you're still here. Oh. Hey, everyone. Alphino. I thought you were following Ardbert. I was. I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Norvrand in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. Shit. Great. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there is no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed that this is just another Assi employ, yes? Commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen Warrior of Light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbow. Alize, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Holrick and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest. So, I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the Empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of Woven Oath. And that is where we will start our search. Master Matoya. A warm bowl of stew will be waiting your return. I look forward to it. If you think about it, aren't primals people just willing something into existence? Yeah, that's exactly it. In fact, I pretty much said as much a while ago, where I kind of posited that, oh right, summoning is literally just creation magic, but substituting the lack of ether in a person's being for a shitload of ether crystals. And then collective belief rather than just the belief of one person. Though I guess there are like one or two examples of... Oh shit, are we too late? Or did they slay it? Even sundered, they still have the power to bring something into existence by sheer will.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Ether friend here, I can only apologize.
Even if it requires additional power and more people. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, that is literally what that is. like, I guess I'm just thinking of, like, okay, if you downgrade this, like, what are the limits of mortals that could actually employ this? And, like, familiar seems like right about there, because it's not willing something into existence, it's changing something into something else, which is obviously a lot less daunting than creating something from nothing, and requires a lot less reserves of ether, because it's, like, a much more simplistic beam. Like, that was kind of the reason I had shifted to that after thinking about summoning and seeing that happen. But yeah, obviously, like, they're all kind of analogous to one another, and they seem to follow similar rules, where, like, limited power creates limited things, much more power creates much more things, fervent belief in something creates even more powerful things, yeah, all those things. Gotta get that word in one more time.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
That was what I was gonna ask.
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world, so we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
Okay, it is nearing 5:30 in the morning, so I'm going to turn in for the night. Enjoy yourself. Thanks for sticking around, Luca. I really appreciate that. And yes, get some good sleep. God knows you haven't got much tonight. Have a good night. Sup.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it?
Are you actually going to try and play off like you're him?
But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks. Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive.
Is that actually his voice? Oh, yeah. That is his sigil.
Yes, it is I. Elizabeth.
Fuck, when was the last time he was voiced? I feel like I completely forget whether he was or
Through
not.
your time in Emetzelk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emmett Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
I don't think so. He's always walked his own path.
Emmett Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves.
I mean, he's not wrong. People of the Source are not making much progress when it comes to fucking learning from their own...
There is no common ground to be found between you and I. Nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least. And 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
I mean, I think my, shot in the dark of just he's going to summon something is probably not inaccurate. As for taking up the visage of the Warrior of Light, it's advantageous because we just cleared his name, basically. Although I guess the question is how he would have known that prior, because he seemed to possess Ardbert's body before we made that speech, either because he knew that was going to happen or for some other reason. But if his goal is the rejoining, tipping things back towards the light would speed the first towards that.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries.
Really?
Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little.
True.
Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
Well, we did come across one shade that seemed to be self-aware and teach us things that perhaps even Emmett doesn't personally know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored.
I suppose that's
Given
true.
the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
There's all to be learned. I want to know more. Or I want to know, for want of a better option, as long as you don't make me do any more chores.
A man after my own heart.
Ah, damn it. I wish Luca was here for that.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
I'm glad I kept my free destination, their village. Deep designs. Y'shtola would have you depart for the Tempest without delay. Alphino has the right of it. Let us pay visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tolsh Arth first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets. I suppose there is like one section of the map we didn't actually explore all that much. Do I get a name? The Flounder's Floor. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something from us, of us. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I am afraid we can spare no one to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Minieri liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos? A particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall? A band of bottom feeders. They all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon our own kind. But do not be fooled. They care not for who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they've stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. Seems fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. One good turn and all that, we simply can't leave them like this. I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the stores it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's Floor. But be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. and we'll have care not to draw their attention, shall we? Thankfully, I get to fly in here now. Holy shit. Wait. Can you see that when you're flying around? Did I seriously not notice that until I got down to the fucking bottom of... That's insane. Oh, maybe that's revealed if you've been there before. So I was gonna say, like... That is insane that I never looked south-ish. Where are we headed? Oh, yeah. Basically this direction. May as well reveal the map while I'm at it. Looks like there's small entrances. And that's a sheer cliff. Nervous? Me? Not at all. It's a bit dark though, isn't it? Definitely not haunted though. Certainly not. What is it with you and ghosts all of a sudden? I don't know if that's a thing already, or... Not much of a threat one-on-one, but Tol Sharth was right about their numbers. If we fight them all, we'll be here for a fortnight. Well, fortunately, I can just fly over all of them. As I am wont to do. Yeah, of course Thancred's already here. Oh, shit. Ah, damn it. Should have just used it. Thrusting your hand into each sack in turn, you find that all are filled with wheat down to the bottom. You also find that raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy. These aren't the livers, but they're certainly stolen from somewhere. Unless wheat has started growing on the sea floor since last I checked. Bedraggled box. Boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable. I like the idea that that needed to be said just to make sure. What? It's that fucking shoe bill. I haven't got why we're here, I swear. Only, this bird hasn't taken its eyes off me since I found it. I think it might be lonely. Shoebill is staring at Ring. Just staring. I'm onto you. I hope that Shoebill actually turns out to be something. That would be amazing. Bulbous bag. From the squelching noise they make when prodded and the vile stench, you conclude that these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. Are those them? I think so, I didn't open them yet. Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Calusian storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. But we can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to Tol Sharth. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Yeah, there's no 8th right here, so that's fine. Alright, we got the livers. Have I sorted recently? Yes, I have. I'm relieved to see you unspeared. Could be a little more happy, I mean... Our precious livers. I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Calusia in the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolsh's Arth, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Calusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Ulmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea. The true question, then, is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benthos' plans. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen sites that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. We can we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There's only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they are planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes. Once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the sea floor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purposes. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. Eyebrow raise. I'm afraid the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lieth deeper still, beyond Amarot, I would call upon the assistance of another. Who? Whomst? Oh, Bismarck. Urianger has a mind to call on an old friend. Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it must needs beseech the aid of a friend. Aye, I speak of Bismarck. Pray, follow me to Sullen that we might seek an audience with him once more. So I think within like an hour or so, I'm probably going to call it. My aim's like 12:30ish, but you know, I might go for a little bit longer depending on how I feel. I mean, like, I already completed like a patch, which I didn't think I was going to do for a while, and we are almost equal to the number of quests we did before finishing 5.2, so I could actually be, like, a lot closer to seeing the end of this patch, even. Although, I guess the patches did vary in length, and I'm pretty sure, from what I remember... Shit, I can't remember if there were differences between the patches' MSQ lengths. Like, I know some of them introduce, like, alliance raids and stuff like that, but I never figured out if there was any more difference to them. Are you... Thank you. From here, we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. But... You've perfected your technique, then? What? Just so. The water will be glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh my god, please fall in. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, it would be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh, hush. I'm sure it'll be brilliant. One way or another. Oh. Alright. He's done it. Incredible. Oh god, if he take a step and fuck up. No? Uh-oh. There he goes. Ariel J. For the love of... What just happened? He's not one to lose focus like that. Mine apologies. The technique requires the purest of focus, and mine was lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Fuath, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. You got, like, struck with a thing, though. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit towards the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Uh-oh. Thancred? It's nothing to worry about. Only a dizzy spell. That may not be wise to go for another swim just now. They're getting weaker. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little innovation. Shit. Oh, we're just here. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last fight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste shall it be done. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to a favour in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me naught. This is why you should learn to swim, but... Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Aldina and I am more than capable of that. Although I'm sure we'll see Alizé now kind of falter now. With Kojin's blessing, we'll have done with it in moments, and better that than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you take the left. Or you the left. Now go. I'm in your debt. Oh, down there. Oh, fuck. Really? I just wanted to jump in the water, damn it. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. God, that's a weird movement. Yep. This music's a bit too epic for what I'm doing here, but... After a good deal of prying from various... Alizé's back. Mine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Oh. Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember, a long time ago, another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid. No, he asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was, brief though it always is. But I remember him, and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly. And I am here. I'm awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I will gladly teach thee the tongue of man. Fuck no. Oh. Thank you, little friend. But it is time I grant you your request. But first, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris. So is this going to be a dungeon, or... So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Calusia. That's all? I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed, there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine, later then. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Urianger and Thancred in particular. I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourselves so. Please rest. For me... Puppy dog eyes engaged. Oh, alright. If you insist. Fucking Y'shtola looking smug as hell. You too, Aldine. You've been running yourself ragged. In that case, I leave the old men in your care. Wow! Excuse me? The rest of us will meet you at the Split Hull anon. Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. May as well have a seat. We won't want our elderly knees to give out. To hear her speak, you'd think I am on my deathbed. While at 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Though I can't say I mind the view. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? I haven't leveled that at all. I don't think I'd be any help. Help! Someone! Quickly! Ondo. It's Nightshade. We was attacked on the road from the Crystarium. Barely escaped with my life. With me life. Suppose we might have predicted this. What's up? You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than we already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. Yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen if Urianger and Thancred exert themselves. Oh dear. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Thaler's here. These two have matters well in hand by the looks of it. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Hey, you two. Is that you, sir? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fool the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognized your companion. Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol, no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are a few so devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. Feels like we could be doing more. Like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man and the resolve to see it through. Oh, shit, hang on. I think I understand what Elidibus is trying to do. So, the reason that the First fell to light in the first place was because the Warriors of Light, by their own admission, had basically beaten all the foes they possibly could have, right? What if you got the entirety of the First to do that as well? Would that not tip the scales somewhat? I remember you, the excitable one. Sorry, sir. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get any words out. The name is Vonard, sir. I'm with the Guard, but I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect a lot, just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Norvrand. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves, and go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that's what we'll do. Oh well, future heroes of the First, do you think? I want not for spirit. 'Tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us naught to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus's schemes to light. I guess we're just gonna stand here and wonder then. Beneath the surface. Thus reminded of the urgency of your investigation, Orionshe would press on. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. Aye, and I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus's machinations will be conducive to relaxation. May as well make for the split hull now. I don't think I can be fucked, to be honest. Actually, this is probably going to be a dungeon, isn't it? Maybe this is a good point to actually let off. All are present. Now we need but await Bismarck's coming. Here he comes. 'Tis time. Pray, make ready. Bong. Amenesis and Ida. Yeah, that's probably going to be it for tonight then. That dungeon's going to take too long, and I can feel myself petering out already, so it's probably a good place to call it. So I am going to be streaming tomorrow, a little earlier than I usually do, because I got a day off. I don't know what time exactly. I want to start like 3 or 4-ish, but it depends on other stuff I want to do that day as well. If it's not too hot, I probably need to do some gardening, because I've been neglecting that. And I do need to go to the shops at some point tomorrow, specifically. So yeah, I've got to do those 2 things, but other than that, I'm keen for a big, another big FF14 stream. So because of this, I might take Wednesday and Thursday off. I'm not really sure yet. The way this is going, I might actually be able to get to 5.4, maybe finish it, maybe. Which would be great, because then I could, like, watch the live letter, and that'd be great. And if it looks like I'm, like, really plowing through it, I may stream Wednesday or Thursday this week. So either the day after tomorrow or the day after that. But I'll update the schedule for that. This has been pretty last minute, because I realized that, like, oh, I actually have a lot of time on my hands, so, yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight, then. So thank you very much for watching, live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.